GG. All right, let's see. Yep, tap the screen, share it out. I'm going to get to these emails from Lady Guinevere since Tavia left me hanging. Tavia doesn't love me anymore. She never did. The interesting thing about Tavia, like I said earlier, is I've never had personal, like I've never had any personal interactions with her one-on-one. She just has come after me for her friends. She hates on me for other people. She really has no reason to hate me other than because she believed other people blindly about things. That's it. She wanted to engage in the mob mentality. She can't think for herself. She's part of that cult mentality, that mob mentality, the group thinking that we've talked about, like a lot of people have talked about. In fact, there's somebody that goes by Runts who used to be in the fold. The weird thing, the funny part was he made his whole video about group thinking after I had brief conversations with him and talked to him about cult mentality. So he knows damn well what it is, but he still sides with a lot of people and still engages in it. Group thinking, yeah. He still engages in it, though. I really try not to do that. I stand on my own. If you guys haven't noticed, like, I may go into groups and stuff, but as soon as I see things or see people moving foul and doing things foul, I have no problem leaving a group because I don't join in like those family type things, and I don't need to feel like I fit in or belong somewhere. I'm content with myself. I'm happy with myself. I love me. I love my own company. Like, I wish more people would get to that point, and there would probably be a lot less problems on the internet. Let me see. You should have full moderator access. Oh, here. I needed to click one more button. You should be able to now. Yeah, but don't remove just anybody. Like, make sure if they have 0 followers or following 0 people or like very, very few, like, 10, 20, then I don't have any problem booting them. But yeah, if people are just in here sitting, watching, they're not engaging. Like, it says that there's 6 people in here right now, but I only see the top viewers for some reason. I'm not seeing all of them. So that's, I don't know what's up with that. But, so this is Lady Guinevere. Everybody pretty much knows who she is, right? Heather DeGroy, Lady Guinevere 75. She was born in 1975. That's what that 75 is for. This is actually an okay, decent picture of her, but look at her eyes. Look at her pupils. Tell me what you see in the comments, because if I say it, I'm probably going to get booted from my live. This is a video that she made when Aunt Karen was having the issues in the hospital, and she, Lady Guinevere had to jump on that train and had to post something because she had to get the clout off of it, right? And I feel like she was, yes, exactly. I feel like she was doing something that caused her pupils to be very dilated, and the look on her face says it all. Now, she has prior charges for fraud, refilling prescriptions multiple times under multiple names. These are actually public records. She's got multiple charges for fraud. Let me make sure I fixed your moderator access properly. You should have full moderator access. If you don't, I would try and exit out of the live, close down TikTok, reopen it, and come right back into the live, and you'll have full access. You should anyway, because it's showing proper on my end. I would just try that. That might fix it, because you should have full access. Now, Lady Guinevere 75, she was, I don't know if she still is, was good friends with Junior Viada. Junior Viada, the gay anti-racist, who's really racist, by the way. He's the one that started the smear campaign against me about 2 years and a little over a month ago. So 2 years and a month ago, Junior started the smear campaign because I basically was calling him out for bullying a trans man who was trying to apologize for simply just making some disparaging comments about a movement that Lady Guinevere, Uni, and some other people, myself included, were involved with. Something that sounded good and had good intentions, called Fair Space, but unfortunately there were several people like Scott McFly, Finley, Junior Viada, Mayo, and Lizzie Jackson, Gonzalez, people were actually bullying other people. So the movement was supposed to be anti-bullying for people with disabilities, but they were bullying and harassing people that were recovering addicts, that were in early stages of transitioning for their being transgender. They were bullying and harassing other people just for fun, like they do, you know. And I was very naive back then, and I didn't understand a lot of the bullying and the mob mentality and how things went, right? Lady Guinevere, though, after Uni and Nona Mama reached out to James's family and harassed them and was asking them questions to try and basically get anything they could. Oh, total op. So, dude, your vacation videos are like making me super jealous. Oh God, they're reporting me again. I'm not even like, this is crazy. I'm not even doing or saying anything for them to like report at this point. But again, I am so sorry to do this because it'll get taken down if I don't. I'm going to restart this live again, and I'm going to get right into the emails that Lady Guinevere sent to Aunt Paula so that we can hear the full story and not they just took down Blaze's life. They're desperate. I'm going to restart my live. If you get a chance, if you can, tell Blaze to come over here. If he wants to, no pressure, but I would love to have him come up. I'm just talking about the ops and the shit that they're doing right now, nothing with the other stuff. But yeah, I mean, feel free, come right back. I'm going to restart this live. If it keeps happening, I might go live on IG. I haven't done that in a while, but I might. But I'm going to restart this live, and I'll come right back because I'm going to talk about this here. Lady Guinevere's emails to Aunt Paula and how she harassed a family member of a victim of police brutality, the one that actually witnessed it. That's how gross these people are. But I'll be right back. Let's see. I'm going to pull up. I'm going to try and see if I could pull something up that's not going to get me banned. Okay. Hey, Smokey. So, I woke up this morning. All of my accounts had this. James Barnes is my friend who was taken out of this world by police brutality, and when he was, they were tasing him. And look at the name of this account. This was set up by Tavia. She was the one that was following first, like always, just like she set up an account the other day, using my name, saying, trying to basically claim that she was me. She was basically the only one following the account, and then she was following back Chasing Pillows and 3 of her other accounts. So clearly it was her. She made several videos where they're basically trying to use a victim of police brutality to get back at me. Now, again, keep in mind, at the end of the day, James Barnes is the victim of police brutality that I'm talking about. He did not do anything to anybody. He was taken out of this world in 2012, well before TikTok was even around. In fact, he was taken out of this world almost, just for reference of time, almost exactly 3 weeks after Trayvon Martin. It was like 1 day short of the 3 weeks after that, just for a reference of time frames. Also in Florida, also by an officer, the case was found to be a homicide. That's why the officer was taken off of his duty from the job he had. But because it's Florida, and the autopsy says homicide due to complications of asphyxia and blunt trauma, trigger warning. But the officer was able to get rehired somewhere else, and he was never prosecuted. So the family had a civil suit. They won because the officers in the city and the county and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department, they were all in the wrong. Like, they violated his First Amendment rights, his human rights. They didn't even try to save him after they took him out of this world. Somebody else did, an off-duty fire marshal. If you guys don't mind, tap the screen and share the live out to keep it up. But Tavia, Jenny Torres, Cuban Delight, Rabbi, Casey Camden, they all like to use Simply Nikki, Nicole Tiffany Deanna Nicole Reinwart, Van Wart from Canada. They all love to use this victim of police brutality as a way of trying to get back at me. Again, he is the victim of police brutality. How do you say you stand against police brutality when you're using a victim in your fight against me? Fight me alone. Like, you have an issue with me. Why do you have to get all your friends involved? That just shows me that you think I'm more powerful than I think I am. That shows me that you're weak if you're using a victim of police brutality as your weapon. I mean, to the point where Jenny Torres has made videos of the victim singing next to the officer that took him out of this world. She also was posting pictures of my great nephew after he had surgery to his brain. So, hey, love. So this is what I woke up to this morning. This account was following all of mine, right? Just like the other day when I woke up and there was an account, I am Joe DeJulio. That's the name of the account. So like they were trying to say they were me. So if you guys can share this live out, tap the screen to try and keep it up. I don't want gifts. I don't need you guys to spend your money on me. TikTok takes most of that anyway. So when I'm, these are people that are seeking me out. Now, Cuban Delight is obviously stalking the shit out of me because she's posting my lives on her YouTube, accusing me of being RASICST when she's actually probably one of the biggest ones out here when she's white, pretending that she's not. She's going after a Native man and saying that he needs to show her receipts while he's calling her out for his community about the elders that she's harassing, and she's wanting to know which elders. And he was like, I'm not telling you because she'll just harass them more, and he knows that. But yet she won't provide receipts of her claim that she's Native. She literally told him, I'm Native. That's what she said. So I'm like, okay, well, how come she's allowed to ask him, who's clearly, like you could tell looking at him, that he's a Native man? It's actually on her page. I think it's called Cuban is Royalty. I don't know his name. I've seen him a couple of times, and I'm not good with remembering off the top of my head. But, oh yeah, she says that she literally says in the video, it's on her own page, and she's being super disrespectful to him. She's being super disrespectful to him and calling him a punk and all kinds of stuff. And she evidently went into his live, and she says, I'm Native. She, just like aggressive, like she always is, right? Cuban Delight's super freaking aggressive. But yet, she won't supply proof of her claims. She wants everybody else to provide receipts, but then when you go to her, I don't need to provide receipts. I'm Cuban motherfucking Delight. Like anybody cares. You're nobody off of this app, and you're nobody on this app actually. Like you're literally nobody. You stalk and harass people for fun, and you act like you're tough when you're really not. Just like Tavia trying to act tough when she created this account using a victim of police brutality and trying to claim that I was doxing her when she was actually doxing me the other day. I've asked Tavia to bring the receipts and show where I was doxing her because she can't. But I can bring receipts and show where she was doxing me because she was the only one that was actually following that account, or she was following her other 3 accounts and Chasing Pillows. I don't know why she chose Chasing Pillows. I don't really know much about Chasing Pillows. But this started again with Uni Urviata, the gay anti-racist, a little over 2 years ago, and he was asking everybody to come after me, and he was making up all these stories. Uni is a blatant liar. I've got a screenshot of Uni where he doxed me after I bought a Black Lives Matter t-shirt from him, and I sent him a copy of the shipping label because I got the wrong t-shirt. He did a reverse search, and he used that information to basically dox me with the business transaction from when I bought that Black Lives Matter t-shirt from him. So just not safe people. You got to be really careful about who you buy things from on here and who you trust and who you share your information with. People are not safe. Like Cuban Delight, anybody in the fold, I would think, is not safe, to be honest. I wouldn't trust any of them as far as I can throw them. Lady Guinevere 75, who has almost 1 million followers. Heather DeGroy, look up her Port St. Lucie County public records in the court records. You could do a search by name, DEGRUY. Heather, first name. Lynn, middle name. She was born in 75. That's why the 75 is in her name. I know she looks a lot older, but she was born in 1975. She sent emails to James's aunt, the one who witnessed him being taken out of this world on the beach that day. I'm going to read those emails since she tries to keep them quiet. Now, she reached out to his aunt on James's birthday. Not only that, but she had filed a no contact order against me prior to this. So she was actually doing something illegal by contacting people that I knew. After she filed a no contact order against me, she wasn't supposed to be contacting anybody I knew, and vice versa. I wasn't contacting anybody she knew, but she reached out to James's aunt June 27th, 2022, on his birthday. James was born on June 27th. 1974, and she reached out to him. Hello, Paula, my name is Gwen, and I have been searching, trying to find you. It is extremely important, Gwen. What was so important that she had to bother this family member of a victim of police brutality who witnessed, she was the only family member that actually witnessed it firsthand, happened right in front of her. And Lady Guinevere 75 is reaching out saying it's extremely important that she must speak with her, right? 8:07 p.m. She reaches out to her on James's birthday. She gets a response the next day that says, I gave you the opportunity to tell me what you want, yet you are not explaining what it is you want. Therefore, you need to tell me what you want, or I will also block you via email as well. You obviously know who you're speaking with, so explain what you want, otherwise I will block you again. This is from Aunt Paula. Do you hear these words? She's saying, I will block you again. In other words, she already blocked Gwen once. She already blocked Heather DeGroy once via Facebook or some other way that she tried to contact her. And now Gwen was so desperate, she reached out to her again via email. What is so important, right? So then it goes on. Gwen reached out. Let's see. I have to put these in order. Okay. So then the following day, 3:10 p.m. And by the way, Paula's response was the following day on June 28th at 11:28 p.m. Dear Paula, I responded to you, but I type slow. I'm so sorry. I'm a social media content creator, and I'm being harassed by a man named Joe DiGiulio, who is demanding that I cover your nephew's story in what he claims is an effort to seek justice, in quotes. First of all, I wasn't demanding shit from her. I hadn't asked her to cover the story in over a year. So this is all fabricated bullshit. Nobody was demanding shit of her. She can't bring receipts on that because it wasn't happening. She wasn't being harassed. She was being spoken about online. She was having the truth told on her, and her weak little white woman feelings couldn't handle it. That's the truth. Then she goes on to say, I explained to this man that I, however, never, in capital letters, never cover a story unless the family confirms and allows it. That's bullshit, by the way. You can look at her content, and I guarantee you she does not always check with the family. And she said, this was not good enough answer, and now he is attacking me and harassing me. This is all fabricated bullshit. Again, she has no proof, no receipts on this. This is just her way of being manipulative by trying to get Aunt Paula to feel sorry for her. So she's claiming that I'm harassing her. Now, police from my county, from her county, and a judge have told her, no, this man's not harassing you. This man's not harassing you. But she can't accept that as an answer, right? Then she says, with nothing but respect, my question is the family currently wishing to seek justice for James? Manipulative as fuck. Okay, now so Paula goes on to say at 3:35 p.m., Gwen, I am so sorry. People these days say they want to speak with you, and they're usually selling something. Joe was my nephew's former boyfriend, and he is the only one still seeking justice for James. This is true. I was James's former boyfriend before I was his best friend, but James and I were best friends longer than we were ex-boyfriends. We were broken up for about 13 years, almost 13 years, over 12 years, from 1999 until he was taken out of this world in March 12th, 2012, right? So Paula goes on to say, none of us are happy that no charges were ever filed against the officers involved, but we have come to realize that justice will not be served here on this earth for them. It is between them and God now. Then she goes on to say, and I'll explain this part. She goes on to say, Joe has harassed all of us for many years. All I can say is you may need to block or press charges to get him to leave you alone. Again, I'm sorry I wasn't more patient with you. Unfortunately, so many have nefarious intentions these days. Now, I've tried to reach out to Paula because I've never harassed them, but Uni and Nona Mama contacted them, and you'll hear later, and you'll hear why this makes sense. Uni and Nona Mama contacted them and was dropping my names, and now Gwen is reaching out. So I feel like they're, because of the amount of people that have reached out to them, that they're feeling like they are being harassed by other people on my behalf. That's what I feel, because I've never harassed them. The issue that I did have at one time on the Justice for James page on Facebook was James's brothers didn't like the fact that I was speaking up for Black Lives Matter and for people that were being killed by police that were black as well. So they had an issue with me for speaking up for Black Lives Matter. And you can see this if you go to the Justice for James Barnes page on Facebook. You can see, like, I would always speak up for any victims of police brutality, not just James. So since I set up that page, like, that was something I did, and they didn't like it. They didn't like it for their own personal reasons. And I was like, basically, too bad. James would absolutely speak up for people of color as well. As, you know, he was somebody that was on the right side of history, in my opinion. So to me, them trying to say, they literally were saying things to me like, you're making the Justice for James page a leftist agenda, and they didn't like that. And that was only his two brothers. His mom, I've got screenshots that Jenny Torres has actually seen. James's mom actually was very happy when I put out the video that I made, which is on YouTube. It's about 11 and a half minutes long. She cried, of course. I did too. It was very hard for me to make. But she was happy with it and said it was very well done. Looking back on it, that was like the first video I ever really made before I got on TikTok like that. And I feel like I could have done better, but for it being my first video, I feel like it was decent. It was an interview with the person that tried to save his life. But again, you know, I would love to talk to Aunt Paula. I haven't spoken with her in about 3 years, but I used to talk with her. The last message that I have from her on Facebook, she was telling me how she still has the wind chimes that I bought for her. I bought all the family wind chimes because James always loved wind chimes, and I bought all the family wind chimes after James's death, and when I went down to Florida, and she was telling me she still had them, and this was like a little over 3 years ago. So I don't know what that was about, other than she's feeling that I'm sending people to contact her, basically, which I'm not. They're doing it to get back at me. So then Gwen wrote back at 3:48 p.m., "No need to apologize. I completely understand, and I will absolutely seek out a restraining order," which, again, she already had filed it, so she shouldn't have even been contacting anybody I knew. That's the fucked up part, is that she was actually breaking the law right there. Heather DeGroy, Lady Guinevere. Then she sends another message after that at 3:50, 2 minutes later. "I am so sorry that he has harassed your family. I just knew something wasn't right with this situation. Again, I'm so sorry." Then Paula reaches back out to her and says, "Gwen, thank you for your condolences. They are appreciated. What's so odd is that today is James's birthday." First of all, it's public record. James's birthday was June 27th. The fact that is, I'm sorry, I'm going to try and not... I'm just going to say James's birthday was actually June 27th, not June 28th, and his aunt should have known that. And then she said, and I'm sure she was, I'm sure this is true. She said, "I was deeply affected by James's," I have to say unaliving on here, but she used the M word, "since I witnessed it." And she did. She said she had to seek out counseling. "I had to seek out counseling afterwards. Thankfully, the PTSD has subsided over the years. The two officers involved have never faced no charges, even though James's death was determined to be a homicide." Trigger warning, if you guys don't mind typing trigger warning in the comment section, please. "I think this is and then she goes on to say, "I think this is the most difficult part to deal with." See, and it's difficult for them to deal with too. Both are still in law enforcement. Both are still law enforcement officers in the area. In fact, one is captain now, the other is officer in Newport Richey, Florida. That's actually not true. The one that I think she's saying is captain was Kenneth Kubler. He was actually retired when I called 3 years ago and tried to get him included. They said to me, "Well, Kubler's retired." And I'm like, what doesn't matter? Hey, don't block Mucinex's ratchetness. That's my friend. Please don't block her. Don't block people just so easily. She's new. I know she's got like low followers, but please unblock Mucinex. Please unblock her if you can. That's my friend. That's ratchetness. She's good people. I need to see. Yeah, please don't block. Please don't block Mucinex. I'm removing it. Sorry, okay, if somebody could send this out to her, I'm going to send it out to her. Because, yeah, Mucinex, that's unleashed ratchetness. That's full destroy. That's ratchetness. She's good people. I'm gonna send this out to her because I want her to be able to come in here. Mucinex. Oh shoot! Can somebody send it to her? I can't even find her now. Ah, damn it! I just sent her a follow. Yeah, sorry. You're getting your moderation. I think I got her. Yeah, I know that's her because again they keep mass reporting everybody. I think they hate her more than they do me. Because she wants to box Denise, and Denise would rather like mass report a black woman than actually face her. That's the truth. So okay, so getting back to this, she says the other officers in New Port Richey, that's Joe Tactic. He's in Port Richey at the Port Richey Police Department. In fact, Joe Tactic people must be reaching out to him because he changed his name on Facebook and Instagram. So he like gave himself a fictitious name so he doesn't want to be found. He knows what he did. 3 years ago, Joe Tactic went private on Instagram when I was on his comment section letting all his friends and family know exactly what type of person I thought he was. I wasn't afraid of an officer back then. I don't know why Cuban or Denise or Jenny or Tavia think that I would be afraid of them, or Casey Camden, who's like vanilla ice baby, white baby. I mean, geez, come on. Then she goes on to say, as I stated before, justice is not going to come from us this side of heaven, and forgiveness is what we have had to do in order to keep our sanity. That's fine. That's James's family's choice. I'm still going to seek justice for James. And if you look back again on the original Justice for James page, on Justice for James Barnes page on Facebook, scroll all the way back, you'll see where all his family members were also saying they would never give up on him because they knew James would never give up on them. I'm the only one, as Paula said, still seeking justice for James. I'm the only one sticking to my commitment for my friend, my best friend, who was like a brother to me when he was taken out of this world. Then she goes on to say, I don't believe my sister, James's mom, is able to seek anything further due to the lawsuit she won against his killers. So reaching her would not help at all. Joe, and listen to this, Joe probably told you to contact me because I am the only one who can talk about it and not have anything happen to them. Do you hear that? She says, Joe probably told you to contact me. So again, she thinks that all the people that are contacting her and dropping my name, that I'm telling them to contact her. No wonder she thinks I'm harassing them, because she thinks I'm sending these lunatics to them. These lunatics that are contacting the family members of a victim of police brutality. But they stand against police brutality, right? But they're going to harass the family members of the victim of police brutality, right? And then she says, also, I was the only witness in the family. They're literally contacting the only witness and harassing them. These are disgusting, sick people that do this type of stuff. Then she goes on to say, this ordeal has been very hard on the family, especially his brothers. James and his mother were very close, and so it has torn her poor heart out. She cries every year on the anniversary of his death and on his birthday. Again, thank you for being so kind and patient with me. That was from Mount Paula to Gwen, Heather DeGroy. So not realizing that Heather's like nefarious as fuck, and that Heather DeGroy is very manipulative and not being kind, right? So let's see, that's 7th. I had to put these in order because of the way she submitted these. It was very weird. Where's 8? Okay, so here, then let's see, then Gwen replies back, I'm so sorry if I confused you. Joe did not tell me to contact you. I got your information from a news article and then from the white pages because I did not want to just run with the story out of respect for you and your family. That's bullshit, because I asked Gwen to do the story over 2 years ago. This was last year. So why is she now making it seem like something completely different a year later? Like, she wasn't going to do the story. She wasn't going to do the story at all. She was in the process of, like, a legal case with me and wasn't even supposed to be legally reaching out to the family. Oh, hey, Ratchetness, I'm glad you got accidentally blocked. And I'm like, no, don't block Mucinex Matrix, or Mucinex Ratchetness. So, I'm glad you're back. So I'm talking about, this is the email that Heather DeGroy reached out to James's family with. She's a disgusting, Heather DeGroy is Lady Guinevere 75. She's a disgusting human being that did, one of the most disgusting things, like right up there with Jenny making videos of him singing next to the officer that took him out. So this is where Gwen goes on to say, listen to this. Now, here's her self-proclaimed bullshit, right? I am a social justice advocate. No, you're not. You're a white woman pretending that you're native, Gwen. You're Italian. You're Italian and you're pretending you're native. That's disgusting. She goes, I am a social justice advocate with a large following, and Joe has been harassing me nonstop to do a feature covering the case. Bring those receipts forward, Gwen. Bring those receipts forward, because that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I haven't asked you in like 2 years. And I was never harassing you. I asked you, and you chose to boost Uni's GoFundMe instead of doing something legit to help out a victim. Because she gives a shit about victims. She cares more about attention. She said, this strange stalking type behavior has prompted me to realize that there's something very wrong here, and there was way more to this. When he first approached me about it, he claimed he was James's fiance, which is bullshit, because when James and I were together, gay marriage wasn't legal back then. So that's a big ass lie. I never said James was my fiance. We were together about 5.5 years. Like we were partners, but then we broke up and we stayed best friends afterwards. She said, then his boyfriend, and when I started digging, I realized James had ended the relationship until upon us finding out, upon us finding out he had again changed the story so that he was James's friend. In parentheses, several people have confirmed that James was desperately trying to get away from Joe, but I am unsure if that's true. That's 100% not true. That's 100% not true. James and I were literally best friends to the point where we talked on the phone regularly. His aunt called me from his phone the day that he was taken out of this world. I still have that phone and the voicemail message on it. It's like an iPhone 2, I think, from 2012. And then Gwen goes on to say, I told him that I would not cover James's case without the family's blessing. He has been saying such horrid things on social media about your entire family, video after video. My heart bleeds for all of you. Where? There's been no videos made about the the videos that have been made about James's family. There was a personal message that I sent to King Kane Allen one time that he brought out and made public because he was trying to cause harm to me. Again, they don't think about what they're doing to James's family. They don't care what they're doing to James's family. So James, when Kane Allen asked me why the family asked me to stop speaking out, and I told him about how the family asked me to stop speaking up for Black Lives Matter on the Justice for James page because they felt that I was making the Justice for James page a quote-unquote leftist agenda by speaking up for black victims and Black Lives Matter. That's what I told Kane, but I said it in a way that I shouldn't have. I said it basically in a way that was saying like they didn't want me to speak about that stuff and what my feelings were, why a couple of people didn't want me to say that, right? So the way I worded it was a bit disparaging towards some of James's family members, but it was in a private conversation with Kane. Kane brought that public to try and cause harm to me because that's how Dominique M. Kane Allen is. He's manipulative as well. Again, he's somebody that did a whole fraudulent GoFundMe claiming that somebody was a relative of his and made thousands of dollars off of somebody else's tragedy. That's why he spreads these vicious rumors about me with everybody else, because I've brought to light the harmful and crappy things that they've done. So then Gwen goes on to say, if you would like me to cover this case, I most certainly will. If you would like me to let it rest, I will. Again, I am so very sorry. I just wanted to make sure I am respectful to the family. Which is bullshit because it was disrespectful for her to reach out and lie in the first place. And then this audio that's going around that everybody's claiming that I'm saying things and outing myself about shit, that's stitched together audio, and guess what? Guess where that audio came from? Lady Guinevere 75, Heather DeGroy, with personal messages that I had with her when Nona Mama was trying to say shit over 2 years ago. But Lady Guinevere 75 won't face me. She won't face me. She tried to take me to court. She tried to silence me because she doesn't want the truth told about her. And the courts told her, too bad, tough titties, lady. That's what they basically said. The judge basically laughed at her, and the judge said to her, Ms. DeGroy, is it your testimony that the charges that Mr. DiGiulio accused you of having, are you saying that these charges aren't accurate? And she went on to skirt around answering it, and the judge was very clear and said to her, no, that's not what I'm asking you. And he starts flipping through papers on his, right in front of him, right? Because he's the judge in the same county that has her record. And he said, I'm asking you, is it your testimony that the charges Mr. DiGiulio accused you of, are you saying they're false? And she said, no, Your Honor, I'm not saying that. And he said, okay, proceed. Because had she said yes, she could have been held in contempt of court for committing perjury, because those charges are valid. She has actual valid fraud charges for trying to refill prescriptions multiple times. She has battery charges. Lady Guinevere 75, who most of her following, if you look at her following and you look at the comment section, it's a lot of kids, and it's a lot of kids with autism and Down syndrome. She's literally, in my opinion, that's predatory behavior. I don't think that she deserves to be on this app either. She abuses her platform. Lady Guinevere 75 was responsible for getting Kelsey's account banned with Exodus and Mari Cubana and Bruja, who harassed Kelsey. If you don't know who Kelsey is, she was the main person that was bringing awareness to Totu. Totu, if you haven't heard about Totu, she went viral. Lady Guinevere took all credit for all the work that Kelsey was doing. Kelsey's main focus is bringing awareness about Totu. And Lady Guinevere stole all that content. And when Kelsey simply said, the least you could have done was give me credit, all of a sudden you have Exodus, Mari Cubana, Bruja harassing Kelsey and saying it's supposed to be about the child. Why are you even mentioning about wanting credit? You're just clout chasing. If it's supposed to be about the child, why didn't any of those three people make any videos about the child? They were more interested in harassing Kelsey for their friend Lady Guinevere. That's the mob mentality. Lady Guinevere, who's white, pretending to be native. I was actually, quote unquote, friends with her, and part of that phone call, when she was on the phone with me, Jesse Lee, Scott McFly, Unir Viata, and we all said at that time, like, wait a minute, she told us that she was waiting for her DNA results to come back and that it was going to take a couple of weeks. Why is she all of a sudden the next day saying that she found a newspaper article of her like father or grandfather or something, and now all of a sudden she's saying she's native? And the consensus was back then that it would take a very sick person to claim that they're native and not be native. And that, according to Jesse Lee, that's just not Lady G. She's not like that. So that's the reason that everybody believed her. That's literally the only reason why everybody believed her about being native. That was it. I was on that phone call. I was involved with her as a quote unquote friend when all that shit went down. And the whole reason that she wanted to claim native status was because she wanted to go after Goddess Mia. She wanted to have some kind of ammo and upper hand to be able to speak on things and have a say, just like Casey Camden, just like Denise Maupin. They want to claim that they're part of a community so they can feel empowered to be speaking within that community. Because let's face it, I mean, let's be real. Those of you that are in here, you've seen even recently, you've seen things where people have said to me, and I've been respectful about it. I'm like, okay, fine. You don't want me in those spaces. I'm going to stay out of those spaces. But if people are pretending that there's something they're not, then that gives them an upper hand to be in those spaces, right? Like Penelope Bailey, right? So she feels like she has an upper hand to be in those spaces. I'm not going to be that disrespectful. You're not ever going to hear me claim I'm something I'm not like that, because that's bullshit and disrespectful. I guarantee you I can get a fuck of a lot darker than Uni, but he's more white than me, but he wants to deny that he's actually white. Just because you have an accent, Uni, doesn't make you white. And I know there's a reason that you won't face me. I know there's a reason why Lady Guinevere won't face me. And I don't know Tavia's story, so whatever. She had a lot of energy to make troll pages about a victim of police brutality like this one that I woke up to this morning, but she's evidently going through too much tonight to come and face me. She has a lot to say about me behind a screen, but she won't face me. She's got a screen and a profile that says, say it to my face, but she won't say anything to my face. I've never had a conversation with Tavia. I've never talked with her one-on-one. She has only come after me for other people. That's it. I've never done anything to her except defend myself against her bullshit attacks towards me or towards my friend who cannot defend himself because he was taken out of this world. And like I said, at the end of the day, he is still a victim of police brutality. That's it. So I apologize. I've not been paying attention to the comments while I've been reading that, but I'm going to go back and hopefully nobody else got blocked. Ratchetness, I'm so glad you were able to get back in. I think it's just because I was saying earlier somebody had few followers and you were like, I think you only had a couple, but I'm glad we got you back. I adore Ratchetness. Let's see. So what native man? Yeah, Sidewinder. I'm not sure which native man it is. I can find the video. It's actually on her page. I think it's called Cuban is Royalty, and it was like one of the first videos on there, and she's proud of it. She's being disrespectful to a native man. This white woman is proud of that, and she's claiming that she's native, but she won't provide the receipts for that while she's asking him for receipts of who she was harassing. Like, what person in their right mind would be like, oh, you want the names of the people that you're harassing so that you can harass them more? Sure, here you go. Proof that Cuban Delight is harassing. Go to her page on YouTube. You'll see that she's stalking me. She's obsessed with me. I'm not posting her lives. I don't even go to her lives and watch her lives. I could give two shits what Cuban does. Really. Like, I don't watch her. I don't care about her. That's why when I called her to question her about why she was spreading lies about me, I didn't know that day was the day that she was supposedly burying her stepson, because I don't pay attention to the bitch. I don't care about her. I don't care about her. She's unimportant to me. The only time I pay attention to any of them is because they keep bringing themselves to my attention to stalk and harass me. That's it. Like, other than that, they're irrelevant to me. Like, I have a life. I'm sorry you don't. I have a life, and I have much more things I'd rather focus on than them. Believe me. If you guys don't mind, please tap the screen, like, share this out. Don't send gifts. I don't want anybody wasting their money on me, because most of it goes to TikTok. Isn't so... Give no fucks. You asked, isn't that against the law? I'm not sure what you were asking. It was early on. Red Road Warrior. That might be him. I think that is his name, Red Road Warrior. They got a lot of time in their hands doing bullshit like this. Smokey, absolutely. Jenny literally has said she doesn't want to work. She said that she was homeless by choice, but she's not homeless. She would make videos in her room and leaving her house and locking the door behind her while she's claiming she was homeless. Then she shows herself going to one of those stands on the side of the road that, like, for food that's expired from grocery stores that they'll leave out for homeless people. She goes and takes food from the homeless. That food is intended for people that are homeless, that, you know, they're not choosing to not work. Most people are not choosing to not work just so they can leech off a society and stay online and harass people all day and make an obscene, obsessive amount of videos about other people because you have no life of your own, like Jenny does. Like, she literally responds to every comment because she needs attention. I think that's it. I think Jenny doesn't get enough attention at home. I think she has a lot of guilt for getting a black man arrested off of false accusations. I think she has a lot of guilt. She'll probably never admit it because she knows that she could go to jail, but she had no problem putting a black man in jail because he told her no. Literally because he told her no. Because she wanted him to give her drugs so that she could sell them, and he told her no, he wasn't just going to give her this stuff. He's cleaned up his life since then. I don't think she has. I think she's gone downhill. But from what I could see, he's like cleaned up his life. He's a dad, and he's still paying the price for what she did to him, because it is like, we know that it can happen. And although I believe 99.9% of the women that make claims, Jenny's case is public. And if you look at it for yourself and you do minimal research to look at what the chances are, or what would happen to somebody if they jumped out of a second-story window and landed on their feet, they would have a lot more than a red mark on their hand and a sore back. That's just fact. That's just fact. And for a doctor, I don't know what kind of prejudice, I don't know what I could say on here, but I don't know what kind of doctor she got that was so willing to testify and say that was consistent with somebody jumping out of a second-story window. It wasn't. And I feel like that whole case worked against him, and there was no evidence, like no evidence really solid supporting it. It was based off of how she presented herself in court. Oh, she appeared upset. If anybody knows Jenny, she's an actress. She can appear upset and then turn into a raging lunatic and act like she's Miss Badass and the toughest woman on the planet 3 seconds later. Like, she goes flip-flops from one to the extreme to the other. You know, and they all want to talk about, oh, energy for energy. Again, let's go back to where it all starts at. Because, by the way, Jenny, I know you're watching. Cuban, I know you're watching because you're obsessed. You're clearly obsessed. But Jenny, did you know that in most states that if you make videos while you're driving, that's what they call a DUIE/ED. That's driving under the influence of an electronic device. And in many states, you'll get just as much of a penalty as you would a DUI. And the evidence is in your own videos. And if that video gets sent to the state of Connecticut and the state of Massachusetts, if that gets sent to the actual police, the state police, and they know your real information, they can find you and they can press charges against you just based off of those videos alone. Same for you, Cuban, because I see you doing that shit all the time too. You're putting other people's lives in danger by doing that. That goes to show how selfish and inconsiderate you are. That you're that obsessed with the internet that you just can't wait until you're stopped and in a safe environment. What kind of therapist is that? You don't care about other people. You don't care about any but yourself and receiving attention. You're an attention whore. Both of you. Both of you are nothing but attention whores. It's sad. It's sad. And you need a hug. Both of you need a hug. And you need some mental health therapy. Jenny, I personally, I feel like Jenny needs to be locked up. For what she did to Durabo, I feel like she needs to be locked up for the rest of her life. And I would not feel bad if she was put behind bars for the rest of her life. I think she deserves that. No victim is going to behave like that and be the aggressor and attack other people and then turn around and play victim. She has labeled so many people as predators when she is a predator herself. She has been stalking and harassing Brandy's 14-year-old son, trying to reach out to him, trying to say, I'll be your mommy now. If you're not happy, I'll adopt you. I'll be your mommy. That's creepy. That's creepy as fuck. That's predatory. And then she posted a picture of my great nephew, a baby, after brain surgery. She posted his picture multiple times. I got screenshots sent to me of this bullshit post she was making, posting literally several pictures of a baby. But kids are off limits, right? Again, what did that baby do to you? What did the victim of police brutality do to you? Are you too weak to fight me on your own? You got to use other people as a weapon? Is that what you do? You use disabled and deceased people and children as your weapon against somebody else because you're too weak to fight them on your own? And then you got to get all your friends to join in? Casey Camden? Denise, Charlene Maupin, Jennifer M. Torres, Tavia Turner, all of you got to join forces together with your friends because you can't fight people on your own? You guys would never survive the shit that you guys have put me and other people through. Never. And Denise wants to sit out here. Nobody's been more attacked more than me. That is one of the most narcissistic, self-centered, arrogant things you could say. How do you know that? Oh, you don't, because you're only focused on you. You only care about you, Denise. That's it. You showed me that a long time ago, and that's why I stopped being your friend. I stopped being your friend because I saw through you after you took credit for exposing Chucky's troll account that was going after elders in the fold. But isn't it funny? You had to come to me and ask me for that video because I had exposed it a few months prior. And when I sent you the video, you were very quick to say, no, I need the video without you in it. I didn't understand why at the time. I trusted you. That was my mistake, Denise. I trusted you. You're not a trustworthy person. You shouldn't hold a license to be a therapist anywhere. Anywhere. You are not a trustworthy person, and you shouldn't be trusted with people's personal information, in my opinion. You shouldn't be giving any kind of advice to people when you can't even handle your own fucking life. Everything about you, Denise, right? Oh my, they made fun of my son, but you're perfectly fine with other people making fun of a victim of police brutality. I never made fun of your son. I never made fun of your nephew. In fact, I donated quite a bit of money to your sister when that happened. And then what did you do, Denise? You come up here to Washington and your priorities were so out of whack that one of the first things you did was make a video. Hey, somebody get this to Joe. Hey, Joe, I'm 5 minutes away from you. Like, what was that about, Denise? I took you up on your offer. I offered you to go to dinner. I told you I would treat you to dinner. Just like I offered Wiggs. I said if Wiggs had a problem with me, because she loves to speak about James and speak ill on me too. And I said, if you have an issue with me, talk with me about it. I offered her to go to dinner too. Nope. You guys would rather lie and talk shit about people and be very vile towards other people instead of actually have a resolution. You don't want resolution. You want to rage farm off of people so you could do your next go fraud me. That's the truth. And you get so pissed at Ratchetness, me, Blaze, Sobe, and everybody else because we expose your shit. And that's the last thing you want. The last thing you want is the truth to come out. Just like Patrick doesn't want the truth to come out about him. That was a heartbreak for me. Patrick was one of the last ones in the fold that I was like, still like thinking was okay and a decent person. And when I heard that he was doing this stuff and I was like, no way. I'm like, what's his real name? Let me look into it myself. And I looked into it myself because I'm not stupid anymore, following blindly and believing blindly. I check into shit like that, especially something so serious. And when I found out and I saw the charges for myself, multiple charges. Yes, he's listed as the caretaker. Patrick is the babysitter. And you guys defend him. No wonder why. Because you're all just as bad. The entire group over there. The fold is not what I thought it was. I can tell you that. They're a group of bullies that love to label other people as other things, but they don't look in the mirror at themselves. And I know people don't understand what the fold is. They want to be mystery. They want to be mysterious. They want to say it was bestowed upon them by the ancestors. This isn't a Disney movie. We know who the founder was. I used to look up to him. I used to look up to a lot of people in the fold. I used to have a lot of respect for a lot of people in the fold. But over the past 2 years, I've seen a lot of shit. I'm never going to claim to be perfect. I might misspeak at times. I might say things that might seem off color and not mean them to. But you know what? I'm always willing to try and correct myself and grow and learn when people are willing to talk and be mutually respectful. Just because I'm white or just because I'm gay or just because I'm that doesn't mean I'm not a human being. And if you think that that's a reason to be bigoted or prejudice, either one of those two things, if you think either one of them are, I'm going to say this, if you're a person of color, you have a right to be guarded about white people. Absolutely. You have a right to be guarded about white people. 100%. 100 million fucking percent you have the right to be. But if you want to be prejudiced to me just for that reason, or just because I'm gay, or because I'm speaking up for trans issues or something, that's a you issue. And I'm not going to apologize for being me. I'll always try to do better. I feel like there's always room for improvement. I'm not perfect. I'm not ever going to claim to be like Cuban pretends she is, or like Jenny pretends she is. Not going to happen. But I'm not going to just agree with something just because you want me to agree with it. And I can tell you this, that as many people as there are saying one thing, there's also a lot of people in my inbox that are people of color that are saying, we're afraid to speak up. Or there's even some Native people that are reaching out. We're afraid to speak up, but they'll tell me personally how they feel. And I respect that. Like, thank you for telling me personally. I don't blame people for not wanting to speak up. I don't blame people because they make examples out of people like Heather, me, Ratchetness. They make examples out of plenty of people. They make examples out of anybody that calls them out. Sobe, look what they're doing to him. Blaze, look what they're doing to him. They make examples out of anybody who calls them out. So other people become afraid because they don't want to have happen to them what they see happening to other people. What we need is a day. We need a day where everybody can feel safe to call out everybody, right? Maybe make a troll account so you can feel safe or something. Let's see. Trigger. Thank you guys for typing trigger warning. And yeah, give no fucks. You're good. I'm glad we got Ratchetness back. Yeah, I know they keep banning Ratchetness accounts. They really like. I don't understand why Denise won't just face her in the boxing ring. I will fly wherever I need to go see that. Especially if we do it for a charity event, I will help organize it. I've organized prides and events and other things. I can help with that. I will absolutely do it as a charity event. If Denise is such this big advocate and tough ass, why is she so afraid to face Ratchetness in a boxing ring? That's what I want to know. If she's such a baddie and she's such a fucking advocate, let's do it for charity, Denise. Let's do it for charity. I'll help set it up. I'll help organize it. Seriously. I will even donate money to make this happen. I want to see it. And I will be ringside for Ratchetness. Fuck yes. I really want this to happen. And then Tavi is like, oh, I'll step in for her. Give Denise a chance. Give Ratchetness that chance with Denise first. Denise had all this energy to try and fight me. I'm not going to hit a woman. Ratchetness wants to, though. Let her. Why is Denise afraid to face a black woman? Yes, Smokey, you asked me if the family settled out. So the family settled out with a civil suit, but there's never been a criminal suit yet. So if you remember, with the OJ case, they had the criminal suit first, and he was found not guilty with the criminal suit. That's where he could actually have gone to jail, right? With the criminal suit, but he was found not guilty. But then they had the civil suit, and he was found guilty. So, but he couldn't be charged again because that's double jeopardy. So since he was already found not guilty on the murder, it would have been double jeopardy. So they couldn't charge him again, even though they found him guilty on the civil suit. The civil suit was just for financial reasons. When the attorneys approached James's family back in 2012, right after this happened, the big one, you guys all know probably which attorney it is. They're all over. But they're big in the Tampa Bay area. They approached the family, and they told the family not to speak to anybody, not to speak to the news, not to speak to anything. So the only stories that were being put out, if you guys pay attention, you could do a search online. They reference James's ex-boyfriend. They're not talking about me, which all these people in the fold want to try and put me in that position. That's fine. I don't care. That was the guy he dated after me. And Mario is also mentioned in some of the newspaper articles. That's who they're referring to. But if you look, you're going to notice that they mention Bob Gutteri said, per the sheriff, Bob Gutteri. So Bob Gutteri is the sheriff of Pinellas County. He was the one that was feeding the most everything to the news. There was a few things coming out from other people, but most everything that the news was getting was directly from Sheriff Bob Gutteri. Now, who did he get his information from? Gee, I wonder. The people that actually committed the homicide. So literally, the newspaper stories are telling the side of the story from the people that committed the crime. And there's people like Rabbi and Tavia and Jenny and Denise Maupin and others, simply Nikki, Kanell, and Penelope. They're all believing the side of the police, but they stand against police brutality, right? So because James's family settled with the civil suit, the attorneys told them, said, let's get the civil suit taken care of because there's a statute of limitations on that, and then we'll go for the criminal suit, right? The family started out saying they didn't care anything about money. They wanted just justice for James. That was it. That was the main focus, right? Again, you could go back on the Facebook page, Justice for James Bard, to the very beginning, Justice for James Barnes, and you could see it in the very beginning. But unfortunately, that civil suit took years, and it drained them. I can't even imagine what his mom... I offered to go on the stand for her as a character witness for James. She even asked me, and I have text messages from 3 years ago where she had asked me if her attorneys ever reached out and asked me to go up. And I said no. She was hoping they would have, but they didn't. So I don't feel the attorneys had her best interests in mind, sadly, and they drug it out over years and wore her down to the point where I think when it was all finally said and done, she believed that she wasn't going to get justice, and she signed they took the CAF settlement with a gag order. So once the family took that with the gag order, now it makes the criminal side much, much harder to actually get any kind of justice. So I'm not out here like asking for money or anything. I simply want justice for my friend, because the family can't talk about it anymore. And they kind of, like Paula said in that email that I read, they had to put it behind them for their own sanity and their own peace of mind. I'm trying to be strong. Literally, these people that have harassed me about it have helped me become stronger. So like I can face shit like this, whereas 2 years ago literally 2 years ago it broke me down. It literally wore me down to the point where I wanted to off myself, and I'm not there anymore. And they're mad. They're mad because I think they would rather have me take myself out of this world, and they would probably celebrate because that would give them a sense of power. I fully believe that. Like, that's what they want. They've made that very clear. They want me to do that, or they want somebody else to do it for them. They've tried. They've tried labeling me as everything under the sun. And there are some, I will say this, there are some naive young people that were in a group of people that I was hanging out with online recently, and there are some young people in there that are listening to some of the people that are coming from troll accounts and other things like Rabbi and Jenny, and they're putting things in their ears, and these young people are believing shit from the ops that they shouldn't be. And they're even telling on themselves in their lives and shit, and when they're saying things like, oh, I heard from somebody who talked to the aunt directly. There's only 3 people that did. Uni and Nona Mama, and then Guinevere. So which op are you talking to? And then if you're friends with Wiggs, Auntie Wiggs, she's friends with all of them. She knows that Penelope is white, and she doesn't care, but yet she's out here addressing, hey, white woman, hey, white woman. Why are you sitting there letting a white woman pretend that she's black when you know that she's not? That's hypocritical and fake as fuck. You don't stand for anything valid when you're doing that and you're allowing that kind of behavior, because Penelope is another one. Penelope, out of all friggin' people. But yeah, so I just want the criminal suit. There's no statute of limitations on MURDER. There's no statutes of limitations on that. So all I want is for that officer to be put behind bars. That's it. Both of them, actually. I want Ken Kubler put behind bars too. But when I called the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department 3 years ago, and they're like, well, what do you want with Kubler? He's retired. My response to them was, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if he's retired. I really don't care if he's retired. He still assisted in unaliving somebody. Like, him being retired has nothing to do with that. This is the mentality of the police, though. They really like to contact people's families. Yeah, they do. No, I mean, but did she come back? And I feel, oh, yeah, she came back. I think you're talking about Nisi Baby. Nisi Baby. Wait, who is Nisi Baby? Are you talking about Nessie? Nessie is good. Nessie Baby. Nessie Baby's good. Yep, she's friend. Yes. Lil Blue Love's good. Smokey's good. Sobe's good. The fact that you're using a picture. Yeah, that Ratchetness, that picture is actually a picture that I gave to the news. I took that picture when I was in photography school back in 2008, right before I left to go to Alaska. James came in, and I actually did a photo shoot for him and his niece at the time. And it was like right before I left to go to Alaska. I did a photo shoot for them. When the news was putting out stories about James, they were using a mugshot from when James had a DUI. James was at one time, unfortunately, the guy that he was with after me for almost a decade got him hooked on some pretty bad, messed up stuff, and James was drinking and other stuff, and James cleaned himself up and became a supervisor at a bank and was doing good. But as you know how the police like to victim blame, they wanted to focus on that side and things like that. So they were bringing out any kind of that stuff, which Casey Camden, who is so ignorant to these kinds of situations doesn't understand. And Casey, of course, is siding with the police and pointing out things that the police said. So is Tavia, actually, which I would hope that she would understand and know things better than Casey. But they're trying to accuse James of being on Crystal when he wasn't. They're picking and choosing things from newspaper articles that they could twist the narrative to, basically. But, you know, again, it doesn't really bother me. To me, it says more about them. Like, I laugh at it now, whereas 2 years ago it would bother me. If anything, they've really helped me. They've helped me understand, especially today. I really realized, like, wow, I've grown a lot just from all this. Like, they don't affect me like they used to. They don't affect me like they want to. That's what pisses them off. Oh, yeah, Smokey, you can go to Cuban is Royalty, and she told a Native man that she's not attacking Native women, that she's Native. I've got the video. I've got that video. She's disgusting, in my opinion, claiming she's Native and asking a Native man to give her receipts of who she's harassing, but yet she won't provide a receipt to show that she's Native or that she's anything that she claims. I don't need to provide for that. I'm Cuban motherfucking delight. You ain't shit, bitch. You ain't shit. Where she was at a school board meeting and she claimed to be a supporter. She claimed to be a supporter. Wait, a supporter of what? They are snakes. Mucinous ratchetness. Do you know what honey badgers eat for breakfast? Snakes, cobra to be specific. Yeah. That's why. And the funny thing is, James used to laugh. I've been called the honey badger well before James was even taken out of this world. Like, it was a funny thing amongst me and my friends, but I've been the honey badger for a long time. These motherfuckers killed Dog Dad, and they brought the honey badger out in me, and I'm gonna eat these motherfucking snakes alive. Like, I don't care if anybody wants to side with me, against me. If I'm doing this alone, I'm gonna do it alone. If people want to support, they can support. If they don't, they don't. I don't care. Like, I'm not in this for a popularity contest. I try to do the right thing. I try to have a good heart. I try to do what's right. If people don't want to see that, that's on them. I'm not here to convince anybody or make you be my friend, because I'm my best friend, and my dog is my best friend too. I will show love and support to people that want to show and support love back, but I'm not going to be supporting people anymore that don't show support in return. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. So, filters. I actually have some. I think it's an audio from Denise where I was calling out Lizzie Jackson for using filters and claiming that she was Afro-Latino too, right? And then Denise's response to me was, "Well, I use filters too, but I do it to be cute." I'm like, "Oh, she literally admitted it to me." I'm telling you guys, I have more receipts on Denise than she probably even realizes. I've only put out like a small fraction of them. She's trying to convince people that I'm something I'm not, along with Kane Allen and Lady Guinevere and everybody else, because they're so afraid of the stuff that I have on them, because I used to sit with a lot of them. Like, it's different when you're on the inside for a short while, and when you're friends with them for a short while, you end up having a lot more dirt on them than they fucking realize. I've left most of them alone for the most part, but there's a few of them that at this point, they don't deserve to be left alone. Jenny Torres is one of them. Tavia's pushed herself to this point. Like, I've really just, Tavia's been coming after me for over 2 years, and have you guys ever seen me say much about Tavia? I think I reposted like one or two things, right? But she's pushed herself by creating this account about James. You're going to go after a victim? At the end of the day, he's still a victim of police brutality. He's not here to defend himself. So all gloves are fucking off. It doesn't mean I'm going to do, like, I heard people in a recent live calling me all kinds of things. You can call me whatever slurs you want. I'm not going to return back with slurs towards you. That's not how I operate. If you want to be prejudiced and bigoted and you want to call me slurs just because you don't like me, that's on you. It shows the level of, or the lack of maturity on you. But I ain't gonna do that shit back. Like, I'll call people out for their actions or their lack of integrity. That's it. I'll call out When I talk about race, it's about people like Denise or Penelope, who are pretending to be things that they're not, or Lady Guinevere, who's pretending to be native too, and she's not. Jenny, who's like, she's Puerto Rican and she thinks that she can attack black women because she's Puerto Rican. She's constantly being racist and going after ratchetness. Jenny Torres. Like, she's constantly attacking black women too, just because she doesn't like them. And claiming that she's native too. Jenny Torres is claiming she's native too. There was a native person, I can't remember her name, but she contacted me about Penelope, and I sent her all the proof, but like solid proof showing that Penelope is pretending, right? She didn't care. That's what grosses me out, is that when people know the truth and they close their eyes to it. And I can tell you guys, as many people that I have exposed Penelope to, because I've got solid proof on Penelope more than most. Like solid proof. But there are so many, like a disturbing amount of people that don't care. They know the truth and they don't care, and they're part of marginalized communities and they're allowing it. And the only reason that I've figured out is because she protects them with their fraud, like Kane Allen. She rides hard for Kane Allen with the fraud that he committed, and he protects her in return. So it's basically a group of snakes that are just protecting each other. They use dark lighting, they use filters, they use hoodies, they use makeup, self-tanning products. Penelope is a big fan of this guy, Paul. He's a gay guy, Paul something. He like has his own tanning products, and she's always following him on every page. She's even interacted with him before, and she uses his self-tanning products. That's why they won't go on camera on the drop of a dime, because they have to make themselves appear something they're not. You guys, has anybody here not seen what Penelope looks like? I mean, you guys know who I'm talking about? She's the self-proclaimed Afro-Indigenous Penelope, and sometimes she will call herself Penelope the Blackfisher, because she thinks that if she does that, then she can go to people and say, oh yeah, look, no, why would I call myself that if I really was one? Like, they play the most manipulative mind games ever. Casey Camden claiming to be a part of 4 Native communities. Are you kidding me? Casey Hines 57 Camden? Because of everything that he claims he is. My God, that's disgusting. Casey, you're white. Casey, you're white. You're white. Just like Vanilla Ice, you're white, dude. Like Casey Dwayne Camden. And another one, Casey, if you're so much of a badass and you're so tough, why do you come into other people's lives and start dropping people's real names and then get hurt about it and cry about it when your real name is dropped and then deny that it's you? If you're so brave, why don't you give out your real name? Like, supposedly you're this big tough guy, right, Casey Camden? You're so tough that you have to live off of other people. Like, literally, you squatted and stole somebody's house, and now you're living in a hoarder situation with other people, and you got Tavia down there with you because what? Because she got her heart broken by a man that cheated on her, and she couldn't stay to face him anymore, but she wants to act like she's tough online. I don't feel bad for her at this point. Like, I could give 2 shits less about Tavia after she did this to James. Like I said, gloves are off, and I don't want to hear anything from anybody. If you're not speaking up for a victim of police brutality, don't talk to me about Tavia's hurt feelings. I don't care about Tavia's hurt feelings. I don't. Like, she had all this energy to come after me in videos, but nothing to show up, right? I've been on here for a while. She had some family emergency when she had to face ratchetness too, I think, didn't she? You guys, the tapping must be working, because I haven't gotten taken down. Thank you. And I don't care if there's only a few people in here. Like, I just appreciate that you guys are in here. I'm screen recording this. I just want to get the story out. And eventually, Like, there's a few people that know this, but I'm working on I will be working on a documentary. I already got the name for it. I'm pretty sure I've got the name for it. But yeah, I've got an obscene amount of documentation on this shit, and I've been kind of having fun the past few weeks, like purposely collecting documentation and doing things purposely just to collect more documentation. So like Cuban posting my videos on her YouTube, to me that's good proof that she's actually stalking me from the outside. Like creepy woman with no life that stalks people from the exterior because she's emotionally unstable and can't handle anybody talking about her. She has to send people, oh, go record this from my live. I need somebody to record this from my live. She used to ask me all the time, I need somebody. In fact, Heather, when you had that live with Mia and her sister, I was the one that was recording it for her. I'm sorry. I've told you this before. But I was the one that she was like, I'm working 2 jobs. I need somebody, please. I need somebody. They're getting my sister involved. She was so afraid of the truth coming out. I see it now. Like looking back from 2 years ago, looking back at what I know now about all of them, I feel stupid for believing any of them. I feel dumb as fuck for believing any of them. I used to really believe that Cuban was actually Afro-Indigenous. I really believed that. Like, I feel stupid for believing Denise. I feel stupid for trusting Denise Maupin, who is not somebody who... Nobody should trust Denise Maupin. She's not a trustworthy person. Not at all. Like, she had to make a new account. Yes. Let's see. See the little white arrow on the bottom right? Okay, you guys were just trying to help her. Yeah, Ratchetness gets banned like all the fucking time. They can't stand poor Ratchetness. Like, and it's all because Denise needs to keep this tough girl image, and she's got a real black woman, a real beautiful black woman that's challenging her to a fight, and Denise is too much of a chicken shit to actually face her, so she would rather get her accounts banned and taken down than actually have to respond to it. So, but everybody else is racist except for you, right, Denise? Yeah, right. Denise Maupin is probably one of the biggest racists on this app, in my opinion. Nothing can stop me from the real work. I do real work. What real work? What real work? You going to protest TikTok mass reporting while you're mass reporting everybody? How many times did I have to come back on this live because you all mass report me? And now my live's not taken down anymore. Funny. I guess TikTok realized you were mass reporting me because I'm not even getting warnings now. I was getting them constantly on this page before, but I guess that appeal went through, and you guys probably made my page a little stronger because they realize who's mass reporting. Fact there is, yeah. Sorry, I lost space with my comments, so I'm going back now. I know, I'd love to see... I actually posted a picture because Denise made a video where she used a different kind of filter, but it put her in real tiny boxes. But if you take a screenshot and you zoom in, it's like, holy cow. She should be named Ratchetness. Holy shit. Like, that's some ratchet shit right there. Wrinkled up, old, raisin-looking white woman. Holy cow. Like, the amount of hate that she has in her heart shows all over her face when there's no filters on it. Like, in real life, without makeup, that's some fugly shit there. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. That's some fugly shit right there. Jiggly, too. Hey, Cuban, I'm doing this thing called Noom. It's a weight loss program. You might want to check it out. It uses psychology, though, so I don't know if it would work on you. I'm doing good with it, though. I don't know if it would work on you. Let's see. I'm sure I'm pissing her off. Watch. Mark my words. There's going to be all kinds of smear videos, audios, videos stitched together, labels, false narratives, all that kind of stuff. Because anytime you speak out against any of them, that's what they do. And they'll use the mob mentality. Think about what Kane Allen does, right? He's the perfect example. And then Jenny wants to get upset at me tagging everybody. You know why I did that, Jenny? Because that's what you all do, and I wanted to show you what it's like. Kane Allen. Hey everybody, do me a favor, like, share, stitch, duet, save this to your platform, send it to everybody you know. This message needs to be heard. I'm about to tell a big lie and I want everybody to share it for me so that everybody else will believe it. And how many stupid people believe him when he claimed he had a cousin that was taken out of this world and he didn't. He literally made thousands of dollars off of somebody else's tragedy. You have to be a huge POS to do something like that. Huge POS to claim somebody else's kid as your own family member to profit off of their tragedy. And that family, like, I donated to the real family. Like, they didn't make as much as Kane. That's the sad part. At least not from what I could see online. Jenna, Couch Spring must be poking her in the back. It would make her couch surfing harder. The road where T. Nathan and him went back and forth. T. Nathan went back and forth with the Red Road Warrior? I didn't know that. I don't really pay much attention to T. Nathan at all anymore. Really, like, not at all. I've just, again, I used to like, I mean, all right, if I'm being honest, I used to think that Patrick and I used to think T. Nathan were very charming and good-looking men. And, I mean, they are. That's part of the reason why they're so good at fraud and committing these types of things because, like, think about it. Scammers are often charming. And, you know, when you can lay on that thick charm and persuade people, you can scam better. That's the same thing with Uni. Michael Oracle. I don't know you, Michael. Yeah, Michael, no offense. I don't know you, but if you don't mind, say something I'm catching up on comments, so I declined for now, but put in the comments why you want to come up and what you want to talk about, and I'll check it out. But I don't know you, so I'm not just going to go live with randoms. They dox you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I bought a Black Lives Matter t-shirt and Uni doxed me based off of that. She stalks him through the registry. She would have broken her legs and cried to Kane, Jenny. Jenny has been making videos about us all day. She's real pressed. Yeah, Jenny needs a hug. Like, I think there's something seriously mentally ill and wrong with her. I really think she needs to be locked up. I think it's the guilt from her getting Durabo arrested falsely. I wish she would just admit it and let that man live his life, like, without, you know, the consequences of what she did to him. Because I fully believe he's the victim in this story. I don't believe Jenny at all. Jenny behaves like Carolyn Bryant to me. She's the one that cries and uses her white woman tears to cause harm to other people. And she's out here literally stalking and harassing a 14-year-old and claiming everybody else is a predator. Jenny's account's name. So Jenny goes by the Dark Abyss, Labyrinth, Dark, Celine Abyss. She's got 2 right now. Pull Up for Justice Crew. Crew is spelled with a K, and there's an underscore between each word. There's 1 and 2, so Pull Up for Justice Crew with a K, 1, and Pull Up for Justice Crew 2, and again, underscores under each word. That's 2 of them. I can get you her other accounts. She made a new one today. I think it's already down. Videos you were talking about. She attacks everyone in the LGBTQ plus community. I mean, Tavia's called me the whole ass F slur. So yeah, I don't think she's. Can you pull up all of Jenny's pages? I can't pull them up while I'm on live, but I can probably do this. Let's see. Effects. I could probably show at least this was her account. Can you see the name on there anywhere? Oh no, it's covered up. Let me try something else. Hold on. That's not it. I think that was the only screenshot that I got from her new account. Look, I even said to Tavia in my repost, I said, Tavia, if you report this, it shows you that you know you're in the wrong. This is an invitation so you can say it to my face. She still reported it. She still reported it. She still friggin' reported it. She knows that she's in the wrong. That's why she won't face me. That's why she won't face me. Look at this is the first one. She reported this one too. Say it to my face is her screen name, but she can't say shit to my face. I said, let's go live tonight since you have so much to say and you're so tough. If this gets reported, it will show that you are scared. Now's your chance. If you are brave enough to accept it, I will be waiting to see how brave you are. And she reported it. Like, they're not interested. This is all an act. You got to realize, like, everything they do is an act. It's all for attention. It's all for their next go fraud me. It's also that they can literally just grift people off the internet. That's why Casey Camden, Penelope Bailey, and a lot of other people make most of their videos in black and white, because it's harder to tell if somebody's fully white or not if they're using black and white filters, right? I mean, he looks like a deer in headlights. Is anybody afraid of him? He made a video the other day, or I don't even know when it was, but I saw his page the other day. He made a video holding a water bottle, and he said that it was a full-size water bottle, but he was holding the end of it off camera. You could tell it was one of those little mini bottles, but he was trying to make it seem like he was like a bigger person than he really is. Even so, he's nothing to be afraid of. He's a nobody. He's a squatter. He's literally just a squatter. Yeah, this is the other one. This is the name that they gave James, the profile. Look at the name, because James was tased. By the way, when James was actually tased by Ken Kubler, they were yelling at him to stop moving. Again, trigger warning. They were yelling at him to stop moving and saying that he was fighting back. The autopsy showed that's actually when his body was shutting down. And he stopped moving shortly after that because his body was convulsing. His body was moving involuntarily because it was shutting down, and they were tasing him and yelling at him to stop moving. But they want to make a joke about that. They want to make a joke because why? Because he's a white gay man, so it's evidently perfectly fine to dehumanize him in a lot of people's eyes. And that's pretty disgusting. If you're willing to allow a victim of police brutality to be dehumanized simply for those two reasons, you're a disgusting human being. There would be an outrage if it was something that was news. Like if this was on the news and James's story got attention on the news, there would be an outrage online because people love to support what's trending. But the things and the people that need the attention the most, the victims anyway, are the ones that aren't trending. This officer is probably going to do it again to somebody one day, and I would love to try and stop that from happening. You know, we don't know who his next victim is going to be, but I do have a strong feeling like there probably will be another one. I mean, Ken Kubler, the guy that assisted and that was tasing him, he did it to somebody. He killed a young innocent, and I say innocent because the guy was fleeing a suspected drug charge. A young black man was fleeing a suspected drug charge, and Ken Kubler claimed that the guy was lunging at him and shot him in the back. How was he lunging at him when he was shot in the back? And Ken Kubler had a dog with him. He could have just released the dog. But no, he wanted to stop somebody that he thought was a bad guy. Why did he think that? Because Ken was probably being prejudiced and racist as fuck too. Let's face it. So Ken went on to assist in somebody else's unaliving after he took a life of his own. This is Florida. Joseph Tactic is probably going to take another life. Justice for James will be stopping that and putting Joseph Tactic behind bars, hopefully before he does this to somebody else. Because if he ever does it to somebody else, I am going to be on that person's ass so bad, and I will make a bigger stink, and I will try and get attention on that person's news article while it's fresh. Like I feel bad for a lot of reasons that I couldn't convince James's family to focus on the civil side of things first. You know, because I think if they would have focused on the civil case, they would have felt a victory, maybe more so if they could have gotten that, and maybe been able to pursue the civil suit after, had they made it through that. But I don't know if the attorneys have their hands in the pockets with the law enforcement or not. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of corruption in law enforcement, and unfortunately, I think with attorneys, especially in Florida. Can you track Denise's employers through her NPI number? Somebody said you can track her employees through her NPI number. She did renew her license, and if anybody feels that her actions are something that should be concerning for the licensing board, I mean, you can also contact them. You know, I don't think that her actions, I think when Denise is literally getting her feelings hurt from people and labeling them as putting false jackets on them and shit, I think that's a problem. I don't think that somebody like that should be a therapist. That's not how therapists should conduct themselves, even offline. Like, you're supposed to be somebody that deals with all different kinds of personalities and less judgmental. And Denise is pretty judgmental for somebody who's out here pretending to be something she's not. Hi, Denise. I know you're recording this and you're going to post it on YouTube later, right? Because you're a stalker and you're obsessed. I don't do that to you, Denise, because I have a life. You're weak. You're emotionally unstable and you can't handle anybody talking about you. So you have to get everything recorded and obsess over the internet and what people say about you, because you're really not this strong person that you pretend to be. Go ahead, make a video, sit behind the screen with filters that give you evil eyes and make you look tough, and then talk like you're some kind of badass when you're really not. I'm Cuban motherfucking delight. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. And nobody knows who you are off of TikTok, Denise. And it's going to be like that. And guess what? When you die, you're going to be buried or cremated or something just like the rest of us. You're going to be gone just like the rest of us. You're not that fucking important. Like you bleed red just like the rest of us. Yeah, it'll be 20 minutes before he looks at the comments. Smokey, don't call me out like that. It's true, though. Talk, I don't live too far away. Oh, that's right. Give no fucks. You don't live that far. No, she's actually in Virginia now. She's living with Casey Candom. Which I have friends in that area. The babysitter, I'm not updated about that. Yeah, Patrick Genty, he's in the fold. He was the babysitter. The Bish already told you. All right, stand your ground. Yep. Current name is Rage the Machine. I think that account is already down. When one of my lives got banned, I looked at it and I think it's already down. D White is good. D White is calling out a lot of the problematic people. Oh, D White is a he? I didn't know if it was a he or a she. They accused me of being D White for a while. I was like, if Denise remembered anything, I used to help her try to figure out who D White was. I thought it was Chucky way back when. Chucky Villegas. Another flip-flopper. Weak ass bitch. I hope he trips. If you know, you know. That white lady. I know. I would love to see Ratchetness beat the shit out of Denise. I really would. I would pay good money to see that, because I know it probably would be two hits: Ratchetness hitting Denise and Denise hitting the floor. That's why Denise is so scared to even address it. It would be better organized than the Blammies were. Oh my God. It would be a bigger event. I'll tell you what, that would be a huge event. Ratchetness has the best laugh. She really does. Hey, Max, I'm sorry I'm so behind on these comments, you guys. I mean, Smokey called it. Smokey called it. Need who? I don't know, Ratchetness. I don't know who you were talking about when you said we need you. I don't know if you meant me or somebody else. The napkin, that napkin American. Are we getting glitchy? I'm not. I don't know if anybody else is. I hope not. This live actually seems to be more solid now that they've reported me several hundred times and my live got taken down and then got reinstated. It seems like much better. They can say ACAB and support police brutality. Yeah, I know that part. They literally sit there and say ACAB, and then they side with the officer who took out a victim. And the only reason they have an issue with this victim is because they don't like me. At the end of the day, he is still a victim of police brutality. And if you're using a victim of police brutality in your fight against me, you are the weakest link. No matter who you are, period. You are the weakest link if you're using a victim of police brutality in your fight against me, period. He is still a victim of police brutality, and he is still from a marginalized community. And despite what anybody wants to believe or debate, every bit of information that I have about that case firsthand from the aunt was a hate crime. And if you think that gay people have not experienced hate from police, well, keep in mind that the first Pride was literally a riot because of the police and their hate towards gay people and trans people. Literally a riot. And I don't mean in a ha-ha way. And there's a lot of hate crimes that are covered up because they don't want those statistics in their records. And honestly, not for anything, but what I've seen more recently, proven time and time again, is that people really don't give a shit about the gay community or the LGBTQ community, especially victims from it. Like, unless they're trending like the Pulse nightclub, people don't give a shit. That's been made very clear. They don't care, you know. And I mean online in general, like everywhere, just everywhere. And it's been that way for a long time. We have people from every walk of life in the LGBTQI plus community. And there is a lot of prejudice towards the community from within other communities as well. There's a lot of it. I mean, even Italians. I'm 75% Italian. I can tell you that a lot of Italian Americans are very prejudiced, even including the gay community, the LGBTQ. And the trans people get it worse, in my opinion. Much worse. What do they say? They say that, and I believe it, that a black trans female is more targeted than anybody in the LGBTQI plus community. She's making that makeup filter and it jumped out onto her son. No. That is too funny. I have 3 years of all their videos. Oh, see, I only have about 2 years of their videos. You were in this well before I was. Kane Allen. Dominique M. Allen. Kansas City, Missouri. Mr. Go Fraud Me. He is the king of the Go Fraud Me group. And Lady Guinevere, Heather Lynn DeGroy, is the queen of the Go Fraud Me group. By the way, I got some interesting information. Those that know who Summer Fun Beaches is. Dirty Dwayne. Yeah. Oh, and another one, Rabbi the Racist. I got a new nickname, Rabbi the Racist. Because he is. You're a white man pretending that you're not and using that as an excuse to attack women of color and Native. You're racist, Rabbi. So are you, Denise. Let's see. Sorry, my comments just jumped. Let's see. Happy. No glitchy. Where did it jump to? Sorry, now I went back too far. 3 years. Good point. Wow. Okay, now there we go. Don't forget the weave. Wait, what? She needs to get dark. Oh my God, you guys are being horrible. Dwayne, dirty Dwayne. Are we talking about Denise that has children? She has white children. And she never talks about them. Yet she claims her stepkids as her kids because, again, she's using people from the black community. Denise Charlene Maupin, uses people from the black community to get attention on herself. She claims that she's things she is not. Her actions are racist, period. Period. Tavia's house got raided by the police while she was on a live. They were coming for what? I heard a little bit about that, but I didn't know that. Why were they coming for her son? You were recording it? Is it posted anywhere? I mean, I heard a little bit about that. Like, there was a video going around about Tavia calling out T. Nathan and yeah, I know, Bish. Deviant's house. Aren't they all living with like Rabbi's girlfriend now? I heard a little bit about that. Mophead. For real, and Casey scammer. They're all scammers. I really hope people start to realize that Denise the Crypt Keeper and Rabbi the racist. Oh, I gotta restart. You know what? I'm getting let's see. I'm getting another warning, probably because I was being a little too truthful. So let's see. Reading through the comments really quick. I'm gonna restart again because they love to report. Hey, Flabby. Hey, if you guys can, come right back. I'm gonna restart because they got me. They're reporting me again. They don't want the truth out. But if you guys can come back, she needs proximity to black. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I'm gonna restart because otherwise they'll get this live taken down again. But if you guys can come right back, that would be awesome.